I'm sorry, everyone. See, live TV. I was muted the entire time. So let's start this over. This is awesome. Welcome, everyone, to the ThreatGEN Red versus Blue Cyber League Seminole State College of Florida Red versus Blue Challenge. So we're going to start this all over. And when we're not live, we'll edit that out so everybody has an awesome video. So this is a Red versus Blue competition, CTF, however you want to say it, where college students from the Seminole State College of Florida are going to be competing as either the red team, which is the hackers, the attackers attacking a network, and the blue team, where they can compete as the blue team, where they are defending a cyber network. This is a game-based simulation, cybersecurity simulation platform that they're using. And you'll get to see all of the action here. They'll get to compete either head-to-head against each other or against the computer AI. And the way that this is going to work is they'll get to play as much as they want all day long, and only the highest score from each of their games, from all of their games, only the highest score will be the one recording on the leaderboard. And if you can see, this is our leaderboard right here. Here is our competitors. And as they play games and as their games come in, that's going to be recorded here. At the end of the day, only the top three will win. You have a gold prize for the top score, and then the silver, and then the bronze for second and third. So before we get started here, I'm going to bring in the man himself, the one, the only, Dr. Stark, the dean of, and I'm going to let him correct me, but I believe it's the computer science department. Anyway, he's a dean of something at Seminole State College of Florida. And let's figure out, let me see if I can get my stuff here and figure out how to bring him in here. All right, there we go.
There we go.
So, by the way, I'm a one-man production team right now, running all this myself, and it's a learning experience for everyone. But so good to see you, Dr. Stark.
You too.
So this is an exciting event, and we did this last year. This is kind of an upgrade. Why don't you talk to us a little bit about kind of what your inspiration was, what you want to achieve out of this, and whatever you want to say. But I'll give you the floor. Oh,
I'm reverbing like crazy, so I apologize. Got about 3 different sources going. This is actually, we did this 2 years ago.
Oh, was okay.
This is how much COVID sucks. This has made life pass. Oh wait, this one. There we go. That fixed it. I found it. The one that was getting me. Yeah. So we started a partnership with you, ThreatGEN and Seminole State. We brought you into our classroom probably about 3 years ago. And we've been using you as a tool in 2 of our classes. Our students seem to gravitate anytime you can tell the IT students that their homework is going to be playing a video game. They're more than willing to do their assignments at that point. So this year, Dr. Janelle Robinson has actually taken over the Associate in Science and Information Systems Technology. And I told her that when she took the role, I said, you got to tell me when to step back. So this has been her project. And we've been working together on this. But yeah, when we did this the first time, we were kind of dipping our toe into working with Discord. And I posted in our Discord, we are now streaming on the Raider Center. We're streaming on the scoreboard. And I know they're getting us up and running in the libraries as well. And hopefully next year, looking to the future, hopefully next year we can make this an on-campus event and bring everybody out. So we're just looking to keep growing, and we're doing last year, or the last time we did this, we did brackets like March Madness, which kind of put a lot of overhead on it. So this year, doing the King of the Hill. So we're constantly learning.
That's awesome. We're glad to be a part of this. I'm glad that that we're providing a unique opportunity here, and I hopefully we're starting a trend here. And I think that when it comes to learning, and you kind of nailed it. Hey, they get to play video games for homework, and I think that this is the future of learning, especially in cybersecurity. And again, correct me what I said earlier. You're the dean of.
I'm the dean for compute engineering and computer technology, but I also have digital media and industrial management. And I also shared our stream at the statewide level. The state of Florida is very interested in making Florida a hub for cybersecurity professionals. So I shared it with that should be getting shared with the 28 other colleges in the state.
Can you, real quick, and I don't want to make this, I don't want to bore everybody. I know everybody wants to get to the streaming, and
make this an ad for my programs.
Yeah. But I mean, go ahead. I mean, so we actually don't currently have any games being played. Here's the thing: it's going to take a while for the games to get started. This is going to go on all day long. I'm not going to keep my pretty face on the stream this entire time. So if there's no action going on, nothing to discuss, and cats. Oh, cat videos. This has just become a cat video.
Mm-hmm. So you can't help it.
Yep. And so ultimately, you will at times see a kind of we're on a commercial break type, like when you're watching sports broadcasts and they're not allowed to show the commercials. So it just says, we'll be right back. We have something kind of like that. So if you see us, don't worry, we'll be back. And we're just going to be on and off all day long. So that said, Dr. Stark, will you tell us a little bit about your cybersecurity program and some of the things that you're doing?
So we are currently in cybersecurity. I was just talking about this. The National Security Administration has a certification for a Center for Academic Excellence. So we are in the process of finalizing that. So students come to us and they can start in their AS and start their first 2 years and then work their way through to the BS to get the last 2 years. And then when you graduate from our programs, you will have a stamp on there that says you graduated from a Center of Academic Excellence from the National Security Administration. So really cool. Our programs focus on small classes, hands-on exercises. I went to a large Big Ten school, so I had 300, 400 students in my classes. I sat in the balcony and did the crossword puzzle. And so our largest class is 30 students. You get a direct connection with your faculty members, and then we also have most of our courses are tailored toward getting a vendor certification. So if you complete our Intro to Security class, you're ready to take the CompTIA Security Plus. We have courses guided towd the CISSP. So as you know very well, there's IT people who say, don't get an education, get all certs. Well, get an education, don't worry about certs. We try and meet somewhere in the middle so that you're prepared. And then we also offer scholarships if you want to take the course, but maybe you've used all your financial aid getting into class. So we have scholarships to pay for those certs as well. So we try and like I said, 30 students is our max class. We get to know our students directly.
That's an outstanding approach. I love it. Because it takes both, right? It takes an academic approach, but it also takes a practical workforce certification approach as well. And I love that approach. Well, it does look like that we have one of our games getting ready to start here. So I'm going to go ahead and jump over to that. So thanks for joining us. And I know you're itching to get started too, Dr. Stark. I know you're actually participating as well. So I'm going to let you get to playing, and we're going to go start watching some of these streams. And while I provide commentary, so we'll talk to you later. Good luck and thanks. All right, so we have our first stream starting here. Let me go ahead and get that set up to where we can watch this. All right, there we go. And player, if you could please just mute yourself so I'm not hearing myself through the stream. And I think you did, so thank you very much. Oh, actually you didn't, so go ahead and mute yourself. So what you're seeing here is they're playing the red team. And yeah, please. Hold on, I'm trying to. If someone can let the player know to mute themselves, I'm hearing echo and reverb coming through, and I'm distracting myself. I don't like listening to myself. Anyway, so for those of you that aren't familiar with red versus blue, as you can see, this is a high-level simulation, sort of like this is. And please also let me know if you're hearing double talk and reverb as well. So the simulation is high level. It's like playing Civilization, a cyber version of Civilization, or Risk. And what they do is it's a turn-based simulation, and they have limited resources to spend. In this case, they have hacker resources. They have 5 resources. And the way this works is they play action. So this isn't a technical CTF to where they have to do all the techniques by hand, coding, command line stuff. It's point and click. All of the detail still remains. You can still do, for the red team here, you can still do things like phishing and malware and all of the recon and everything in exploitation, everything that you would do in real life cybersecurity, but it's simplified to make it more strategic and support an esports format here. So as you can see here, this player is doing all of the different things like running on site. There's physical security. They can do social engineering. They have already done a host scan, and they've discovered the firewall. They've done a host scan. They pivoted off. They've gone on site, done physical recon, and you can actually see to where they've discovered all of these devices. That's because they're on site doing physical recon, doing on-site recon, and discovering devices here. And so you can see some of these actions they've played have failed. The evade network detection there has failed. They're searching for HMIs, or human machine interfaces. This is an industrial control system environment. Looks like a manufacturing environment. So they've gotten on site, and they are looking to destroy the industrial control systems. So as you can see, they're doing researching techniques for cracking weak passwords. Yes, they've done insider physical recon. That's how they found all of those devices. And people in chat, let me know if the background music's too loud. Let me know if I'm getting double talk and reverb. There we go. So they've set up network evasion. They've already discovered. Oh, there's Carl, the quintessential stereotypical. It's Carl. Carl is if you've watched any of our streams or any of the Gerald Ozier or Simply Cyber streams, you know Carl is our antagonist. He is our typical user antagonist. Usually causes problems. That's a remote user there. So we have a remote user that's been discovered. They perform port scans already on that remote user, and looks like they have that remote user service enumerated. Oh, and there we have it already. Notice those orange PLCs, process logic controllers. Programmable logic controllers. Then it is a win right there. Already. So with a score of 2,546 is our first score. They damaged the ICS process. They were able to gain control of the programmable logic controllers and damage the ICS process for a win. We'll talk a little bit more about the win conditions today as we go. Let's look at the leaderboard. The score hasn't reported just yet. It will here in a minute. And it looks like that they are moving in for another run. This user is... All right, let's switch over to watch another user now. They're going to go for another run. Going quickly, trying to rack up the points quickly. Let's go ahead and switch to another stream here. So this player is playing as the blue team, and I'm not exactly sure. Looks like this is Dr. Stark playing. I'm going to go ahead and call him out. This is Dr. Stark playing as the blue team, and so far they've got the firewall in place. It looks like they've got the SIM in place. They've got some network detection in place. If we look while they continue to play there, if we go back and look at the leaderboard, as you can see, we have Travis's score has officially reported in and topped the leaderboard. Dr. Stark, if you can mute your sound there. All right, so turn 7. There's a maximum of 75 turns. And again, this is turn-based. And I think they have 3 to 5 minutes per turn. And they can mute their sound up at the top. And it looks like he is muted, but there's still the sound is still going for some reason. That's fine. We'll manage. So the way that the blue team wins is by outlasting the red team, not letting the red team win for 75 at the end of 75 turns, but also by getting threat intelligence points. And so you'll see up there at the top in the center of the screen, you'll see a meter that says 0%. That's threat intelligence score. There are certain actions, certain things that you'll do during the simulation to gather threat intelligence points, whether that's forensics, whether that's detecting attacks. All of that will contribute to the threat intelligence score. And as that threat intelligence score increases, well, you want it to increase to 100% for the blue team win with the threat intelligence score. And there are things that the red team will do to increase the threat intelligence score, like getting caught and things like that. The meter, the red, orange, yellow, and green meter below that is the profit and loss or production meter. As the red team does things to affect the network, that meter can go down. If that meter gets in the red for 5 consecutive turns, then the red team will win a victory from a profit and loss or production. I think it's called a profit and loss victory. And then they can also win by damaging all of these scenarios are industrial control system scenarios. So these networks have enterprise networks as well as industrial control systems networks, ICS and SCADA. And they can damage, as you saw with the last player, if you damage the process control network, then the red team wins that way. So those are all the win conditions. As you can see here, the blue team has already performed a vulnerability assessment. That's what all of those yellow shields mean. And if they click on those, you'll see the vulnerabilities that are on each machine. And so once they have done the vulnerability assessment, they know about the vulnerabilities, then they can start patching those vulnerabilities and start increasing their cybersecurity posture and decreasing their attack surface. And then on the flip side, that's how the red team, and I don't know if they're playing each other. If we switch over real quick to another player playing the red team. So they're at turn 9 of 75. And this is turned. It's possible. I don't know. It's possible that Travis and Dr. Stark might be playing each other. I'm not sure. As you can see there, all of the different actions. So there's an action tree that both the red team and the blue team choose their actions from. All of the actions have a cost. You'll see there, it will cost some combination of money, turns, and staff. So as they play their actions, it takes it from their resources pool, and the staff will be gone. Oh, he requested budget, and the budget request was failed. So in this simulation, but he did get his network segmented. In this simulation, getting budget is just as difficult as it is in real life. You have to do things to compel management, or there has to be the right conditions in place to compel management to want to give you that budget. All right. So there's the action tree. So as you're scrolling through all these actions, some have prerequisites. In order to unlock some of the later actions, you have to do the prerequisites first. And so they can choose their actions here. He's already got his network segmented, as mentioned before. Looks like he's just now putting in his policies and procedures. A little late on that, I'm going to have to say. But so putting in his policies and procedures is going to unlock a lot of things like multi-factor authentication, user awareness training. He's installing his VPN. That's a little bit of an odd move. I think a lot of people choose to do policies and procedures first, but maybe he has a strategy that I'm not aware of. So I don't think he has two-factor authentication yet, and he's got his VPN. No two-factor authentication yet, just simply due to the fact that he's finished his policies and procedures, so now he can start doing things like two-factor authentication. Opens up a whole lot. As you can see there, vulnerability mitigated. So he's already starting to patch things. He's already starting to get rid of some of those vulnerabilities. And as he does that, he's going to make it harder for the red team to get in. There's some of the vulnerabilities you saw there. That particular asset had a heap overflow, and there was another one that I missed. So he did not perform a vulnerability assessment. He performed vulnerability mapping, which yields less results, but it's cheaper. It's a manual mapping by understanding all of your software and versions and mapping that to known vulnerability databases. That's what vulnerability mapping is. Let's check in real quick on the other red team game going on. So they're on turn 16 of 75. And the thing about the red team is you don't always know how well you're doing because you don't know what the P&L on the blue team is. You don't know how much threat intelligence they have on you. But they do, look here, we do have a compromised device. It's probably a workstation in the user network. So they're doing their vulnerability research, looking for public vulnerabilities. It looks like they're on the user network, and also, and they've got another one. They've got another compromised workstation. So before, Travis went on a physical rampage on a site, and then this one more remote. But you can see right there, there's a data historian, which is critical to the industrial control systems. Because that data historian has been compromised, they have visibility to a PLC there, but only visibility because the data historian doesn't actually control the PLC. So he's going to have to work his way through to actually get access to be able to control that PLC. So moving on to a physical location. So going from remote, trying to get into the plant using social engineering, or changing locations. That succeeded. So he got into the plant using social engineering. Now that he's on the plant, looks like he might follow the same. They're attacking the firewall because of vulnerabilities. I'm wondering if he's gonna. There you can see they're doing research. As the red team researches certain skills, it improves their chances of success on exploiting those vulnerabilities using those skills. Also, you can see the resources. He has 7 resources now, so he's probably done something like recruiting extra hackers or upgraded his rig to increase his resources. And if you look in the window up top there next to the level indicator, there's a malicious USB he has loaded as well. So he's created a malicious USB, and that is locked and loaded and ready to drop somewhere. I think he's already been dropping some with. That's maybe how he gotten success on some of those workstations. And there he has it. He's got a PLC. That orange indicates he has control of that PLC, so he's ready to try to damage the ICS again. He needs to hurry before he gets arrested. He's been on site for quite a while, and if the blue team has implemented physical security measures, especially things like, surveillance cameras, things like that, he doesn't have enough resources right now to damage the PLC. It takes 5 resources to damage the PLC. And why is that? Well, because an attacker has to do significant research on the process to know enough about how to damage the process. So that's kind of what the simulation is doing there. But it looks like that we're potentially close to another red team win by Travis here. There he is. He has all 7 of his resources back. There he just played, looks like that he's going to play damage ICS processed using 5 of those resources. It's not guaranteed. It all depends. There we go. Let's see if. There it is. And he's got another win. This time 3,128 points with another red team win for Travis. We'll check on the scoreboard here in a minute. Let's go back over and look at Dr. Stark on the blue team. Uh-oh. His P&L is dropping, which means the red team has a hold of his network somewhere. He's moving into the yellow. He's got to do something to shore this up. We check the leaderboard, and the score hasn't quite reported in yet. So notice here, the blue team doesn't see where the threat is. Okay, they did get budget. That's good. But they know they're compromised because their P&L's dropping. Now, it's quite possible that before we switched over, they did detect the compromised asset and cleaned it, because it looks like the P&L, well, it's going back into IR mode. Yeah, you don't see on the map, on the blue team map, you don't see any indications of where the compromise is. You would pick that up. If you have EDR deployed, if you plus your SIM, so network detection sensors only detect an attack in progress. In order to see if you have an asset compromised, you either have to do threat hunting or you have to have EDR installed. And we have a ransomware infection now on that remote user. Let's check while he works on that, let's check the leaderboard again. And there we have it. So Travis's new high score is 3,128. So remember, it's not an accumulative score. It's the highest score amongst all games. So he now remains atop the leaderboard at 3,128 points. Let's switch back over. and see if the blue team is making any progress towards cleaning off that ransomware. They have different options. They can attempt to clean the ransomware, crack the key, pay the ransomware. In this case, if he had a backup of that ransomware, he could have just restored from backup, as long as it's not a dirty backup. And it looks like the ransomware is starting to spread rapidly. We now have the other end user we have a user workstation in the user network locked with ransomware, and the other remote user. And I would have to assume that that's how the ransomware got in the first place, is that remote user got popped. Yeah, and that P&L is dropping, most likely due to the ransomware, but it could be also dropping due to something else. But now that with the ransomware infection, you could also have malware, data exfiltration, destructive malware. It could be a lot of things, and it's dropping pretty fast. Now, apparently, the red team got caught doing something, because there is a 5% on the threat intelligence score. So he cleaned the asset. I'm not sure what asset. Oh, keep in mind, cleaning an asset does not remove ransomware, because it's not just a threat. The ransomware locks the files. So even though you remove the initial root cause or the threat, the ransomware will still remain. The files will remain locked until you either restore from backup, get the encryption key by paying the ransom, or crack the encryption key. I wonder if Dr. Stark is a little bit confused right now. The P&L is down in the orange now. Yep, it's dropped below 50%. Let's check on the red team real quick and see what the red team. Okay, so all right, so they're just sitting. It looks like they're taking a break, and that's fine. Give us a chance. I think Travis is feeling pretty comfortable up on top of the leaderboard right now. So reminder, there's the current leaderboard. Other players are still waiting to report in. P&L still dropping. Let's see if he could take care of this. I'm not. He might be a little confused, wondering what he needs to do to get rid of the ransomware, because he cleaned it, but to no avail. It's not helping. So he needs to, at this point, he needs to pay the ransom. Now, if he pays the ransom, it does not come out of his cybersecurity budget that you see up there in the top left corner. Oh, so I wonder, okay, has he restored from backup? We missed it. We switched over, spying on the red team and looking at the leaderboard. But he's either paid. It doesn't look like he paid the ransom, because if you pay the ransom, it doesn't come out of your cybersecurity budget. It actually it causes a huge P&L hit. So it's possible he did. It's possible he did pay the ransom, because that P&L did go further into the orange. But you take an initial P&L hit if you pay the ransom. But they're all cleaned off. When he ends his turn, let's see what happens to that P&L meter. And he's got another. He didn't completely clean it. What was infected? And apologize for my clearing my throat. I have a cold. Which one got infected this time? I said he's got a new ransomware. I think that's a different workstation. So he hasn't completely cleaned the threat. Chat is saying that he needs more EDR, and I agree. Oh, and now there's a compromise, not just a ransomware. I guess the compromise is on the same machine. So that machine, that workstation, not only has ransomware, but it's also has an active compromise. And that P&L now, because of these detections, notice, so what's happening is the threat intelligence score is at 10%. It's going up because he's detecting these things, which contributes a little bit to the threat intelligence score. Now, one thing that would contribute even more would be if he was doing forensics investigations, gathering forensics on each of these compromises. Yeah, he's about to drop into the red. If he drops into the red and it stays in the red for 5 consecutive turns, that's a loss for him. Now, you can still score by losing, and the way that the score works is that it's taking into account the good things that you do as either the blue or the red team, as well as giving you penalties for the bad things. And so winning also doesn't necessarily mean you're going to have the highest score at the end of the game. It's all about your own individual performance. So if you're doing a great, even if you get beat with a lucky strike by the red team, if you're blue team, but if you're doing all the necessary things, you can still have a high score. It rewards good cybersecurity behavior or red team behavior, whatever the case may be, and it penalizes, well, not so good behavior, things that aren't considered proper defense or proper anatomy of an attack. So P&L is just kind of sitting there for now. Let's see. Yeah, it looks like the P&L meter isn't really moving. So it looks like that there's no active threat. He's cleared off all the ransomware. It looks like he's cleared off the active compromises. So he's stopped the bleeding. Now he could do advanced cybersecurity skills, do advanced skills training to gain the ability to do threat hunting, and he could start going threat hunting. But like chat said, he does need more EDR, more detection. Chat also says that that winning does help because you do get a bonus for winning, but ultimately it's about your performance. And then we're not really showing the chat here on the stream video, but if you're watching this on YouTube, you can see the live chat stream and participate if you want to. Let's check the leaderboard real quick to see if any other scores have reported in. Not yet. Looks like he's installing more network intrusion detection. The P&L meter is starting to slowly creep back up. There still could be something on the network, but it looks like it's slowly starting to recover. Uh-oh. Yeah, there's still something there. Now it's in the red. He's got 4 turns before this turns into a loss. And and you're not seeing any active compromise there. So this doesn't appear to be a ransomware infection, although it could turn into a ransomware infection. But as you can see, nothing on his map is showing compromise, which means there's an active compromise somewhere, and there's either destructive malware or data exfiltration happening, something going on. Interesting. Yep. He's sweating it right now. He needs to be doing threat hunting. He needs to be installing EDR. He needs to find that compromise. We can't see his mouse for some reason, so we can only see the results of his clicks. Yep, chat says that they believe he's going to bleed out. Yeah, I believe so too. I believe his P&L is going to bleed out. This is turn 2, I believe, in the red. And there we go. Sisso fired, company production compromise, and he does not get a score. His performance, he didn't do quite enough to get his score up. In other words, he had more deductions and more penalties than he did have scores. So that game was for naught. He's not going to get anything reported. So, and he's looking at the results now. So you can see his mail server was compromised and had ransomware. So at the end of this game, in the simulation, it does give you a report. As you saw, you can go back and you can review the results of both sides. You can see what the red team did, what the blue team did. You can even download and save a report. So looks like he's done there. So with that, we're going to take a quick break. Looks like we don't have any other games. Before we do that, let's check the leaderboard. And we still don't have any other scores reported in. This is going to be going on. We're going to be streaming here all day long. You may see us streaming if there's no games going on and I don't have anything left to talk about, then we'll go on our break screen. But also throughout the day, we may have Dr. Stark come back on. We may have, Dr. Robinson come on. We may have different faculty, different students. We may have interviews throughout the day. We may talk about some different things, talk about the game. So stay tuned, stick with us, and we'll be right back. Hey, everybody, we're back, at least temporarily. We don't have any games currently streaming, and keep in mind that this is going to go on all day long, and players can jump in and jump out and play as they want. And as they're playing, we'll talk about some of the streams. We'll also have interviews. In fact, one of the interviews we're going to do right now is with one of the ThreatGEN Red versus Blue beta testers. He has an interesting story. He came on as a community beta tester, and then eventually came on as an official SQA analyst. So he's not just a beta tester. We have several beta testers. Greg is actually an official part of the staff. They hired SQA analyst, and so he has an interesting story. He's out of Poland, and so anyway, yeah, let's bring on Greg and kind of hear his story. He doesn't have a video, a webcam set up, but yeah, let's talk to him a little bit. And also, and the reason why I want to bring him on is because his story is a bit inspiring, especially to college students and anyone that may be interested in looking at cybersecurity for a career or game development as a career, and even merging the two like we did. So let's bring on Greg. Hey, Greg.
Hello. Hello.
Hey, we can hear you.
Yeah, okay. So do you want me to my life story from the beginning or?
Yeah, I mean, so you're an SQA analyst here, and you started as a community tester, and you were in college when we met, right? I mean, several years ago. I'll kind of pause. By the way, everybody, is the music too loud, or is it fine? I want to hear from everybody in chat. So yeah, Greg, go ahead and tell us kind of give us your background a little bit and kind of your story on your how you joined us and your experience here.
Well, initially I've joined as just a person interested in the game, right? I've seen the game on Steam and it seemed interesting, so I bought it. And then I've played it for quite a while, something like a day, and eventually I found the Discord server, which was linked in the Steam description or whatever else. And then my story with the Discord community really started. In the beginning, there wasn't really that many participants. I think I was the most active person, like most of the time, the ThreatGEN super fan or something like that. Over the course of a year, I've generally volunteered my free time for beta testing, checking out new features, seeing if there are any bugs in them, trying to cleverly approach and creatively think of what could go wrong in every situation. And therefore, I've ended up essentially getting a job around a year since I joined the Discord. Well, I was initially when I joined the game community, I was in high school, technical high school. But then I wanted to try university. I initially have signed up for IT, like general IT, like programming and stuff like that. But I didn't really find that to be that interesting, innovative, at least for me. I really wanted to get into cybersecurity, so I said, screw it, let's just go with ThreatGEN, and then I picked ThreatGEN over university. I might continue my education sometime, but yeah, I generally love the project that much, so I want to join you guys right away and just get on with the show, right?
Yeah, and I mean, you that's really what happened. You impressed us so much in the beta testing community that we had an opening for an SQA analyst, and we hired you, and the rest is history. And so hopefully that's a bit of an inspiring story for anyone out there in college and looking at there's a lot of different ways and creative ways to start your career in whether it's cybersecurity or IT or game development. And like I said, what's interesting in what we've done here is we've combined the cybersecurity career field and game development career field and brought you this what we have here. So are there any tips, tricks, and hints that you as the probably one of the top 3 people that know the game better than anybody, even more so than, well, I don't know, I'm not gonna say Aaron, our lead developer, knows the game better than anybody. At one point I knew the game better than anybody, but as my duties as the company leader and the evangelist have have taken over. I don't play as much as I used to, but you, along with a couple of our beta testers, we've got a pretty good beta testing community now. So between you, some of our beta testers, and our lead developer, you guys know the game better than anybody. So are there any tips and tricks you want to give our competitors?
Well, really, there's like a lot of stuff that I would have to mention here. We'd be here on the stream for like 2 hours if you want me to absolutely mention everything. But like the main key like tenets, I think it is really like necessary to cover when like learning this game and experimenting and stuff. First of all, don't be afraid to experiment. Really, the game doesn't like, while it does significantly mesh with like cybersecurity and stuff, it has its own quirks, right? It has its own layer, like implementation layer on top of that, and sometimes some actions don't necessarily do quite what you would expect, but that's okay, right? That's just an implementation and an interpretation of the cybersecurity field as a whole. And second of all, generally like. Some of the read the wiki. The wiki is a great guide. I would like to mention that it explains every action, everything, probably everything aside from the probabilities, which are like, first of all, I don't think we need to really explain the probabilities. The game tries to behave as much realistically as possible, and second of all, the point is to experiment, right? You don't get to know everything in one day. So yeah, it's a really great game, but the experience is really like the main core of the game. If I were a competitor in this tournament, and if I hadn't had the history with the game that I had previously, I would probably at least try to play the game a few times if I knew everything I had, if I knew the approach I have now, right?
Yeah, and you brought up a good point, and it's the kind of the mechanics of the game, right? So yes, there is a bit of a random roll for a lot of things, but that's because the game is more of a strategic simulation. And like we mentioned earlier, and like Alex from chat reminded me, it's detailed but not technical. So we can't simulate absolutely everything that happens. So, I mean, there are X factors. There are things that happen in real life that we can't simulate here. So the way that we simulate that is with a bit of a random roll. We do simulate that with some randomness. However, the correlations in the game do adjust that needle back and forth, right? So as you do things like compromising a mail server, it improves social engineering chances and things like that. So everything is based on a bit of a chance, a random roll. It starts kind of with the X factor and starts with the percentages of success that are based off of real world probabilities. And then it goes into the things that you do throughout the game, throughout the simulation. They start to adjust left of bang, right of bang, depending on what correlation you have and what mechanics are being affected. So, for our competitors, if you be sure and read the game guide, be sure and read about the actions and everything in the wiki. All the information is there. Now, we're not disclosing all of the exact percentages and mechanics and algorithms, because there's a certain element of that in real life that you don't know either. But yeah, like you said, Greg, we're trying our best to simulate as much real world correlations and the real world strategy and details as possible. So, and again, I would like to say this is an approachable CTF, right? This is not the type of CTF to where you're doing all of the command line stuff and the programming, and it's not a traditional cybersecurity CTF. In fact, I would say it's more of a true CTF, because where CTF, or capture the flag, originally came from, it was you're actually trying to break into an enemy team's base and capture a golden asset, sometimes capture a flag. And that's where the principle comes from. And so it's not just a bunch of people trying to figure out challenges, is you're actually trying to infiltrate or defend a network. And to make it approachable and less intimidating, we built it initially starting as this strategic level simulation, right? And so it differs from there from traditional technical CTFs. And so, all right, so Greg, thanks for coming on and telling your story. And so we'll get back to the action here pretty soon. We've got all day long. We're going to be streaming games, providing commentary on those games, and providing more interviews with staff and students and members of Seminole State College of Florida. So thanks, everybody, for joining us. Stick with us. We'll be back.
Okay.
Hey everyone, welcome back. Just wanted to give you a quick update. Notice that we do have another score that reported in. This was a blue team score. So we have Fran was a late addition to the competition sign up. We got that added in and reported in with a score of 892, which was a blue team win. And so just wanted to give you that update and stay tuned. I'll leave the scoreboard up, but stay tuned and we'll be back with more action and more score updates. Hey everyone, quick update. It looks like that we have another score that has been reported in. So now we have, and a new leader, by the way. We have Fedine, if that's how you pronounce that username, is reported in with a score of 3,298. I'm not sure if that's blue team or red team. I don't think we have a screenshot of that in-game screen in our our scores gallery. So, with that said, yeah, so we have a new leader, a new score reported in, and I think we're going to have another game started here shortly. Oh, there's what was that score? 3,200, and I think we had a score report in. So we had wrong one. Yeah, so that was, it looks like that was a blue team score of 3,298. So, yeah, new leader. So we have some people that are going to have to step up their game. And it's just remember, it's quite possible that even though people are playing, like, for example, earlier we saw Dr. Stark play on the blue team and did not win that game and had more penalties than bonuses, therefore a score of 0. So it's reporting as a score of 0. And I think also, let's see. Yeah, and we have a screenshot where there, so in our screenshot gallery, I'll post some of those later on the rebroadcast, or maybe I'll actually post some of these screenshots of some of the screenshots of the games that the players are posting. But for now, that's the outlook on our, and I keep hitting the wrong button, self-production here. So that's where we're at for right now. As soon as we get some more streams, more scores reporting in, I'll be back. In the meantime, we'll keep it tuned here on the scoreboard. All right, we're going to get you back to the action. Looks like we have a game. Oh, that's a screenshot. It's not, sorry, it's not a game started. It is actually a screenshot. I looked at it wrong, but that's okay. Here, well, it's basically, this is the screenshot that was, this is the screenshot that was shared from the last game. Looks like the VPN was compromised and the firewall was compromised, but this was a blue team win. So despite that, good score. So, all right, and I do think that we have, let's see here. Just waiting on some more games to start, waiting on more scores to come in. So stay tuned. All right, it looks like we should have another score reporting in here shortly. Let's see here. I think, let's see, when was this? Yep, yeah, it should be just a couple minutes here, but we had a score report in. I'll save the surprise here. Oh, that's right. Yeah. Someone just reminded me. So the score that reported in was actually lower. So the score that reported in, yeah, so Fran reported in with a score of, I believe it was 2,924. I forgot. And the format is not a cumulative. Wait, no, no, it should be higher. Oh, I see. Maybe they were a red team. Yeah. Okay, so they played red team, and the score in the red team was 773. And so that's lower than the first score of 892. So therefore, that score will not report in because we're only keeping the highest scores. So, all right. So thanks for that, everybody. So stay tuned. We'll provide more updates as they come in. And anytime we get any more streams, we'll provide live commentary on those as well. All right, welcome back, everybody. We got a quick update for you. If we look at the, in case you haven't noticed, take a look at the scoreboard, and we have Travis has reported in another score of 3,002, but did not surpass his previous score of 3,128. Therefore, he's still in second place, with Fadine in first place and Fran in third place. Now, we may have other scores possibly reported in, but they don't report in unless they are greater than 0. Otherwise, they don't report. And I'm going to look here. It doesn't look like we didn't get a chance to watch that stream. It's possible that Travis did not stream. Now, all the players don't have to stream live. It's just a courteous we ask so that we have something to talk about and can commentate and provide commentary on their stream. So we may get to see some more of those throughout the day. So stay tuned, and we'll be back when we have more information. All right, looks like Travis is actually streaming another game. So let's go and join that live. So he's on turn 5, and he's already upgraded his rig. So he's gonna. It looks like he's recruited hackers already. He's got 7 points and possibly working on getting more by upgrading his rig. That's going to give him 8 points, I believe. Already on the perimeter, you can see by the background there. Oh, and went from the perimeter, has moved on site into the corporate office building. It's going for a physical attack. Looks like also up in his buffs in the temporary resources window at the top there, he has evade network detection set up, going for a Wi-Fi scan, and also has performed insider recon. Oh, and got arrested. So did have a successful insider recon. So would have discovered on-site assets there, but got arrested. So now has limited resources. So there are still things that he can do, but will have minimized resources. A total of 8 based on a successful recruiting hackers and upgrading rig. So while some of his crew is apparently in jail, other parts of his crew can continue to work on stuff. So there you go. You see there's some assets discovered, and he's working on creating a malicious USB, working on human social engineering research, port scanning, currently port scanning and service enumeration, those assets that were discovered. Moving back on site, going to the perimeter there, and he's succeeded. So he's back on site, moving into the corporate office, using social engineering. So that human social engineering skill that he's working on improves his ability to navigate on site using social engineering. And there he goes. He's back in the corporate office. Planting a rogue device. Oh, it failed. Didn't work for him. And now the malicious USB drop, whenever that fails, that doesn't mean he couldn't get the malicious USB out of his pocket. That means that somebody, either it got detected, got thrown away, somebody picked it up and it didn't work, so that USB is wasted. He has more uses, as you can see there at the top, temporary resources, at the top, the little window there next to the level 2. He does have whenever you create a malicious USB, you have multiple uses. He's got quite a bit of assets that he's discovered. There you go. Looks like he's got a couple. Looks like those are user workstations that he's compromised. So we're curious to see what he does. He's exfiltrating data, which is going to drop the blue team's P&L. So it looks like he's possibly going for a P&L victory, getting the CISO fired. Planting Trojans. So by planting Trojans, and one failed and one succeeded. So what that's going to do is if he gets arrested, gets kicked off site, he's going to remain persistent. He'll be able to keep persistent access. He's got another user workstation there. A lot of data exfiltration going on, so it looks like he's definitely going for a P&L win. Yeah, now going for it. He got a fourth user workstation. He's going now to install ransomware. Now, we'll see if those succeed or not. If the asset has been updated, if the antivirus, and he got arrested again. But see, notice, even though he got arrested, he didn't get his access cut off. He's still, those red assets are indicating that he still has pivots. So he still has remote access to those. And that's because of the Trojan. So he did get ransomware installed on 2, and he's going to be activating the ransomware. Like I was saying earlier, and he's looking to install ransomware on the other 2. If the assets have updated antivirus, installed and updated antivirus, then it gets very difficult to install malware and ransomware. Looks like he has some failed actions there by the red blinking action log indicator. So a password attack failed. So that means the strong passwords have probably been enforced. What else? He's got the ransomware activated. This is that P&L meter by the blue team's P&L meter is probably declining rather quickly at this point. Yeah, so he's got three ransomware devices. I believe he's exfiltrating data on at least a couple of those. So he's pilfering data, and what that's going to allow, pilfering data will, I believe pilfering data allows increased social engineering capabilities, or is that password attack capability? I forget the difference. Like I said earlier, it's been a while. I don't play the game as much as I do anymore. So some of the technical mechanics. There's an example of the wiki right there. There it is. He hears me. He's showing me. Yeah, so the harvesting credentials is for password attacks. Pilfering data is for social engineering attacks. I'd have to imagine it's not going to be much longer before we see a P&L victory here. Going for spearfishing attacks to gain more footholds. I mean, at this point, it almost looks like he's just biding his time until the P&L victory takes over. So we installed disruptive malware successfully. That's going to continue to increase the P&L meter dropping for the blue team. There we go. Yeah, it looks like he's got more than one disruptive malware installed. Now, if he did data exfiltration, that would increase the rate of the P&L drop. Now, Travis had dropped to second place on the leaderboard. So with this, he's trying to achieve a better score than what he currently has and what the current leader has. And again, so it doesn't matter what the cumulative score is. Each of the players are trying to achieve the top score, the top single highest score. This is a King of the Hill style competition. All those yellow shields there represent vulnerabilities, known vulnerabilities that have been discovered on those assets that he knows about. There's, as he clicks on that, you can see the vulnerabilities. Now, those meters that you see there, those vulnerabilities, they're empty. The meters are empty because those are vulnerabilities that he hasn't researched, and he's clicking on that head with the light bulb in it. When he clicks on that, that means he's performing research on those vulnerabilities, which once that's completed, it will increase the success likelihood of exploiting assets or successful attacks using those vulnerabilities. Now, you can research each skill or vulnerability multiple times, and every time you do it, increases that green meter just a little more. And then obviously the higher the level of that meter, then the higher chance you have of exploiting a vulnerability using that skill. Notice those shields have turned from yellow to red. That means once you have achieved a certain proficiency in a skill, the vulnerability goes from yellow to red. So that indicates that those assets have vulnerabilities that you have a greater proficiency in. So it gives you a bit of an indicator as to which assets you have a higher likelihood of a successful attack. Now, in chat, they're asking a good question, which is, why isn't he fuzzing? So there's a difference between a regular vulnerability. Oh, and notice, by the way, now those vulnerabilities, there's a blue outline vulnerability with a fire on it. That means you have the third tier of proficiency of a vulnerability on that machine. So there's a difference between a publicly known vulnerability and a 0-day vulnerability. A 0-day vulnerability is a vulnerability that has not been there. There's no patch issued for that vulnerability, no public patch. So there's no way to patch that vulnerability, or at least not yet. And by the way, some of these vulnerabilities you'll see in the vulnerability list, it says patch not available yet. So 0-day vulnerabilities in this simulation are harder to find. They're harder to discover. Only you can't just find them with a vulnerability assessment. You have to find them with either a penetration test on the blue team or for the red team with reverse engineering or fuzzing. So what that means is that if the red team has discovered zero-day vulnerabilities, there is a high likelihood that the blue team has not yet discovered those vulnerabilities and thus has not yet patched those vulnerabilities unless they have performed a penetration test, or I think threat hunting can find them as well. So a lot of data exfiltration going on. We have, now here's the other thing too. The machines that he has control of with malware and exfiltrating data, they're low value machines. They're just user workstations. So in order, and you can see right there, they have significant skill in a lot of different vulnerability skills. But in order to increase the rate of the P&L drop on the blue team, you're going to have to get some high value targets. And so there is a natural increase. Basically, if you have no control over anything, then the blue team's recovery rate will start to go up. There's a counterbalance. And so with low value targets, that P&L is going to drop very slowly compared to the recovery rate or the P&L increase. Basically, you're battling the production and the P&L is basically you're battling the blue team's ability to make a profit, to succeed as a company. And so whenever you start taking away their assets, you're taking away their ability to increase production. So it's a balance between how much production can they increase versus how much you're taking away. And so, and he's got a cloned RFID card there. But so the higher the value of production or profit that asset is to the company, the quicker the P&L meter will start to drop based off of what you've done to those assets. But he's cloned an RFID card, which means he'll have an easier time traversing through the network or the physical location. It's also an indicator that the red team has installed electronic locks. If the red team had not installed electronic locks, then he would not have been able to clone the RFID card because they wouldn't exist. There's 3 different ways you can traverse through the physical environment. Through physical means like picking locks, breaking and entering, through social engineering, and through electronic entry. Basically, if they have electronic locks installed, then you can start to do things like clone that RFID card. When you get arrested, that RFID card gets taken away. Yeah, so even with 4 user workstations controlled and with ransomware, he's still battling that P&L meter. I think that we're probably, I don't know if you can hear it live, but I'm still hearing the music and the past me from Travis's stream. Apparently he's watching the YouTube stream or while he has this going. There's like a 10 to 20 second delay, I think. Let's check in on the leaderboard real quick. Well, oh, he's got a lot more stuff there, but so yeah, still no one else is reported. He has a massive visibility right now. A lot of assets. In fact, it's a possibility that he could end up getting ICS damage vulnerability. I mean, an ICS damage victory before the PNL victory kicks off. He's got access to a filled HMI, and that also means he has access to a PLC. There it is. I missed that. I was looking at other things, and I totally missed the fact that he had already played the damage ICS process action, and it looks like he got it on his first try. So there he goes. I missed what the score was. Maybe he'll click back over to it. Well, I guess we'll see it on the scoreboard. And that was a large map, too. So 3,375 was his score. So was that the same score that he already had? No, so that's weird. Apparently the news feed hasn't updated yet, but his scoreboard, he's retaken the first spot. So he now has the lead score of 3,375. Took the lead over Fadine with 3,298. So they're neck and neck. And I guess we'll see the news feed on the right there update here. Remember, but that's kind of cool. You can see that his previous score was 3,002. And then with this score of 3,375, he now took back the lead. So good job, Travis. So there you have it. There was another game. Stay tuned. We're going to keep the scoreboard up for you. And if there's any more game streams, we'll provide commentary on them. And so just those of you that are newcomers to chat and into the stream, we're streaming all day long. This is the red versus blue competition at Seminole State College of Florida. So we'll be back. All right, looks like we have another game going on. Let's see. This is Dr. Stark round 2. We've even got system sound effects going on. You guys get the game sound effects for you. You know what? I think I could possibly mute that. Technical issues. I literally just figured out how when Travis is playing how I can delete the sound, mute the sound on his stream so I don't hear past me. Learning how to use Discord is a thing. So yeah, so what we're doing is we have a Discord server where everybody is playing their games and streaming, and I'm just tapped into that. So let's see what he does here. We're on turn 2. This time, he did tackle the policies and procedures quite early to open up when possibly looking at two-factor authentication. He's on a smaller map this time. He's on the manufacturing map, which is the smallest of the 3. So he's requesting budget early. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off. What is it from Dodgeball? It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off. You know, I believe it's easier to score more points as the red team than it is playing as the blue team. I think blue team is inherently more difficult, I believe. So he has a failed action. I'd have to assume that's the budget request. Or, yeah. So he has his threat monitoring enabled, so he's choosing to see if he can detect the threats first. He's got his firewall, his perimeter firewall. He's got Carl out there in the cloud again. So he's got, right now, he's got his M&M security. It's crunchy on the outside and soft in the middle, but at least he can see the soft inside. Well, so far. He's got a SIM. SIM doesn't do much good without EDR or network sensors deployed. The other thing to note is that the way that the penalties and the bonuses apply, it's based off of ratio, not specific assets. So you're not necessarily going to run up the score higher as red team with a larger network due to the number of assets. It's a percentage or ratio. So, all right, looks like he's done. I'm assuming that's vulnerability mapping, and he's discovered some vulnerabilities there he can start working on. So he's starting to work on hardening up that chewy chocolate center. How many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Roll Tootsie Pop? If you're Dr. Stark, 75 turns. So he had that incorrect access control vulnerability. So he'll need some system hardening to fix that. There's the wiki. He's discovered that. So players have the in-game wiki available to them to help them identify what actions do what, all the in-game usage. All right, he's got his first vulnerability mitigated. He's got a network sensor installed there in the server zone. Starting to work on his internal attack footprint, attack surface, as well as his network and threat detection visibility. An Active Directory server, he's shoring that up. He's got some vulnerabilities there. He's being very careful and very thorough. So the chat is talking about budget requests and how often you can request. And there's not an active penalty for back-to-back requests, but there's a cooldown period. And if you request budget too often, too fast, you'll get automatically denied. It's kind of like irritating your boss, or like me irritating my parents, constantly asking for gas money or party money when I was a kid. I mean, I don't ask my parents for gas money anymore that much. All right, he's got that system hardened. We'll see what it looks like now. I believe he's going to request budget again. So you have to think about, like, what would compel management to give you budget? So management wants to see that their money is going to good use. They want to see, I mean, obviously, if there's an inherent need, like if your systems are on fire, probably got a pretty good chance of getting budget. If you've shown management that you are vulnerable and you need budget to fix it, there's a decent chance. So he has done some vulnerability mapping and he's showing that there is some risk there, but budget, it looks like the board is being quite stingy with their pocketbook right now. Default credentials enabled. That's one of those vulnerabilities that irritates Jerry to no end. Jerry Ozier, who streams some Red versus Blue for us over on Simply Cyber. Well, he's got that Active Directory server shored up as much as he can right now. If he wants, and that just because he's fixed all the known vulnerabilities doesn't necessarily mean that that's it. I mean, you can always find more vulnerabilities. And it looks like he did finally acquire budget. Wait, it looked like he had 72. What did he spend money on? It was going kind of quick. Am I mistaken? Did I see that he acquired budget? Yeah, he got budget. And he'd gotten quite a bit, it looked like, from what I could tell. Not sure what he spent it on. We're also in this competition, notice, oh, he got new staff. Really? Did he? Because I thought that there was something I did in the settings for this competition. I can't remember if I gave them an additional blue team resource. Yeah, I guess he did. Yeah. There's something that I did to give them a little, I guess maybe I'll just increase the amount of time per turn, maybe. but I did something to make it a little easier for the blue team. Maybe not easy enough. He found there's where so he's finding some vulnerabilities, but there's no patch available yet. And what that means in game is that these vulnerabilities have been, he knows about these vulnerabilities and they've been reported at least two. It doesn't mean they're reported publicly with no patches. That means basically maybe the information sharing center that he's part of has reported these vulnerabilities to him, but there's no patch yet. Now, eventually those patches will become available. And the time at which those patches become available in this simulation are mostly random. Simulating the fact that you can't control the vendors. On turn 15 of 75, I mean, it seems like he's shoring his security up pretty good. It's my opinion. He's really got to get that network segmented to prevent a lot of lateral movement, just in case he does get compromised. Because, I mean, at any time, you know, there can be a lucky strike with a USB drop or spear phishing. And if he gets hit, and if he can get hit and not know he's hit, and the red team can be moving laterally already. But it's one of the risks on a smaller network like this is that if you don't get the network segmented, if you don't start to prevent lateral movement quickly and they get in, they can move through your network very quickly. He's also going to need to do more vulnerability assessment to increase the amount of vulnerabilities he can discover. So he's done vulnerability mapping, but that doesn't find as much. So vulnerability assessment gives you a deeper visibility into your vulnerability so he can reduce that attack surface even more. Let's check the scores. All right, so they're still sitting there. No one else is playing right now. Weak password vulnerabilities. So every time you find a new weak password vulnerabilities, you have to reinforce that strong password policy on that host. In this game, unfortunately, we're not simulating a system-wide GPO, group policy objects. It is, you have to fix them as you find them. Yeah, and that's one thing that I haven't seen him do in his last game or this one yet is establish a backup process. Because once, and that's a good point that Alex from chat brings up, is that once you get the backups established, it costs 0 per turn to perform those backups and to establish those restore points. Now, it's a pain in the butt to constantly update every system, every turn, because we don't have a massive backup or system rolled out. You have to do it individually, but baby steps. Finally, there you go. He's segmented his network. That's going to make lateral movement a little trickier for the red team if they get access. That's right. Chat makes a good point. You wait too long to create your backups, then you run the risk of creating a dirty backup if you're already compromised. Oh, those slow vendors with their lack of ability to push out patches at an efficient rate. One little yellow shield. Again, remind he can't patch it because there's no patch yet. But again, reminder that doesn't mean he's exhausted all the vulnerabilities. There's tons of vulnerabilities out there, and you have to be persistent with trying to find those with a consistent strategy of vulnerability assessment and penetration testing to get the 0 days. Yeah, he's low on cash. He's got lunch money left. Hopefully he gets that budget. I think right now management probably has a false sense of security, and they're going to tell him, you don't need money. He's got the system backups. One more turn, we find out if he gets that budget request. So many decisions. Analysis paralysis. Moment of truth. Ah, he got it. And I think he got the bonus. No, he didn't. Okay. So he's got a new money bag, a new purse. Now he can get moving on some of the bigger ticket items. Oh, look at that. An intruder was arrested. Number one, that should tip him off that the red team is making an on-site attempt, but also it should give him a little bit of an increase on the threat intelligence points. Not much, but a little bit. So at this point, you know, if it was me, now that I know that the red team has been found on site, I would start to install video surveillance just to decrease the possibility of red team continuing to meander around on site. I would also he's got the VPN now. I would also start looking at my HMIs. Anytime I find evidence that somebody's been on site, I start looking at my HMIs. I start throwing EDR on my engineering workstation. You know, because if they're on site, they're trying to get to your control systems. You know, I think that if this was an experienced human player, it would have been game over once they got on site. Potentially, if they went and looked for the HMI and okay, so he's completed a vulnerability assessment. Uh-oh. Can anybody guess what happened? He has a PLC out of service, a programmable logic controller, which controls the process. Why are those PLCs out of service? He performed a vulnerability assessment without taking care of the necessary ICS safe testing procedures. So he knocked over his own PLCs. Now, that also means that they're denied. That's what the gray color means. They're denied. If he doesn't get those fixed, there's a potential that he could damage his own process and lose to himself. He needs to reboot those things. Yes, I know it's not 100% real world, just always just reboot them, but in a lot of cases, just resetting if they hang up, if there's a fault, resetting them does help in a lot of cases. It's a general high level educational experience here, but yeah, if he doesn't reboot those things, there he goes. Now he's rebooting them. Costs nothing to reboot. All right, so you got at least one. He's created an IR procedures. It looks like he's got both rebooted. Good. Yeah, notice his P&L meter was declining because those PLCs are responsible for production. If those things are out, your P&L meter starts to move pretty quickly. So now he's just got work to do on those assets, fixing the vulnerability, all those vulnerabilities. I'm really surprised that at this point, let's see, has he done his security testing yet, or a security awareness training? He's got 2FA, I believe. I believe he's got his multi-factor or his two-factor authentication already. Then he's going to need, there's a PLC out of service. He didn't just do another vulnerability assessment. So that means, if I had to guess, the red team is in his production network and probably tried to get control of that PLC and knocked it over. He needs to be putting EDR in his process control network, as well as in that manufacturing zone there, because this time he's not the one that knocked that PLC over. The red team knocked it over. The red team is in his control network somewhere. So chat is kind of, he patched it. So he patched that PLC. Okay, so the red team's not in his network. So just like you need to create safe, just like you need to create safe testing methods before you perform a vulnerability assessment, you also need to get vendor certification before patching. To Dr. Stark's credit, he's not experienced with control systems, networks, or anything like that. I mean, that's one of the reasons why we led this entire product with control systems, is to educate people on control systems. Granted, it's very high level and it's very minimal, but getting people familiar with control systems and just some of the things that you can and can't do is a good educational opportunity. And you still get the advantage, and I don't know why he hasn't rebooted that thing yet, but you still get the advantage of the enterprise network, but then you get the added bonus of getting the control systems, networks, and devices and caveats. Is there another one out of service? Oh, or is that just the notification that continues to tell you it's out of service? Yeah. So every turn, it's going to remind him it's out of service until it's like, hey, idiot, reboot. That's not me calling Dr. Stark an idiot. That's me saying that that's what the computer is calling him. So ipso facto, that means that Aaron, our lead developer, is calling him an idiot by proxy. Actually, I'm the one that created those notifications, so I guess I am calling Dr. Stark an idiot by proxy. So, my fault. Turn 27 of 75, so we've still got time. And I would say at this point, he's been, other than his own self-inflicted harm, he's been okay. But I mean, with that PLC damage, that should tell him a PLC dropped to 75%. That should tell him right there. Okay, so now it's been rebooted. So he did reboot. It has been rebooted, but because it was out of service for so long, more than one turn, I believe, that this PLC, I mean, his P&L really dropped, but it should start recovering now. Yeah, I mean, so far, like I said, other than his self-inflicted wounds, this game has been a rather uneventful one, and that's good for Dr. Stark. But it gets to that point to where you're almost like, it's too quiet. That's usually when I start getting nervous, is like there's that much going on, or lack of anything going on, being that uneventful. Yeah, and I think that because I don't think that he's installed. Yeah, so he has video surveillance installed. Either the red team is either getting really unlucky or they're being really quiet. Yeah, he's just, I mean, at this point, he's just systematically fixing things. I mean, he's doing the right things. Yeah, I don't think he's installed any EDR. I agree with chat. David in chat says that, you know, he doesn't think there's any EDR installed. I think he's doing that now, isn't he? Or no? So he's working on his antivirus. Yeah, he's fixing those vulnerabilities. But I think, yeah, I'd really like to see that EDR installed, because the SIM, again, I mean, he's installed the SIM in one network sensor. That means the SIM is really doing no good, other than the network sensor can potentially detect an attack in the network zone or the subnet that it's installed on. So he has no visibility in any other zones or in any other hosts. He has no host-based visibility. I think this is now officially the longest continuous stream that we have had on this channel. And we're going all day. It's a marathon. I mean, we did our 2022 invitational back in last September, but those were 2 streams a day, separate streams. Man, this is just really systematic. Kind of feel like he's doing a good job now. I mean, and here's the thing. When people say you can't protect what you don't know that you have, I disagree with that. You can protect what you don't know what you have. If you mean, if I have a box of junk, there he's got EDR installed now. If I have a box of junk and I have no idea what's in there, and I stick that box of junk in a safe, it's protected. Now, is it efficient? Not necessarily. And is it the best way to do things? I don't know, maybe. But if you don't need to know about the threats, you don't need to know about the threats. And so I don't, and there's Carl, of course, Carl, but he's not inside the crunchy outside, right? Carl's outside the gates. And so I believe that you only need enough network visibility, you don't necessarily always need to know about everything, right? I mean, and you certainly really don't need to deploy network monitoring before you've got your basic blocking and tackling done. So it's a balance, but I mean, there's nothing on the inside of the network that appears to be compromised, but you don't know unless so it's about, he's safe so far. He's going about it very methodically. And, I'd like to see a little more visibility on the inside of that network. But I mean, you don't necessarily really even need host in real life, the host detection, if you have enough network detection to see the results of, network lateral movement and malicious communication coming off of compromised hosts. So really depends on the level of protection you need compared to your budget, compared to what you have. It's all situational. I guess at the end of the day, if his company is making money and he's not compromised, or if he is compromised, but it's not affecting anything, I mean, at the end of the day, as long as data and processes are protected and the company's profitable and making money and no one is harmed, I mean, that's what it's all about. That's a win. The goal is not to have perfect, pristine, unfettered, security or network. I mean, you're never going to have a perfect, well-oiled machine that is not vulnerable to being exploited or without breaking. You're never going to have a perfect network. You're never going to have a perfectly secure network. He must have got a phone call. I could have sworn that I adjusted the turn timer to 5 minutes. I guess I didn't. I don't know. Those of you that are in chat that have been playing, what is the and there's the Active Directory server compromised, but he's got EDR on it, so he knows about it. What was your starting budget? Yeah, I guess I think the starting budget was 50. Starting staff was 3. I'm assuming the settings were locked down. I mean, that I thought I locked them down. I thought I made more changes than this. I thought I was giving people 5 minutes, but I guess not. So we got Carl and the Active Directory server compromised. With that Active Directory server compromised, I think that with the right or the wrong malware and combination of things, the red team, he just replaced it. He said, screw it. We're just going to replace it. And I forgot about that earlier. when I was talking about a fix for ransomware. Replacing an asset is also an option. Yeah, right now would be a really good opportunity. He needs cash, and right now with a compromised asset, yeah, would be a good opportunity. He would probably get approved for a budget request right now. That's it. He's out of money. And we're at about the halfway point in this game. So you clean the asset. That's good. He's all clean again. Yeah, so I just double checked the settings that I set for their user IDs, and I just realized what happened. I locked down the settings for the games, and then I forgot to move everybody to the event account. So I'm gonna reinforce those settings real quick for everybody so that people can't massively adjust the settings. I feel like Hagrid from Harry Potter. Oh, I should not have said that. Yeah, I think he just stays on course here. And if there are any newcomers, if there's anybody out there that's listening, and if you've joined the Discord server, if you've joined the competition late, be sure and let me know so I can get you added to the leaderboard. It's okay if you start late. I'm just sorry for the lack of commentary. I'm going back real quick and making adjustments. We'll just call it a halftime adjustment. I think it looks like maybe we had one more person sign up. All right, all the adjustments are made. So now, moving forward, when anybody starts a new game, they'll be starting with an additional blue team resource. I meant to do that to start with. My apologies. So Dr. Stark started with a disadvantage. And I missed it. He's compromised. Oh. So now that he's starting to get visibility, he's seeing that he's infested. Well, again, I mean, it's a good thing that they've only gotten to his user network that we know of so far. I didn't see if he's gotten any visibility into his process control networks, the engineering workstation, any of that stuff. Terminal server. Yeah, and that's a good point. So he's at 28% threat intelligence score. Chat brings up a good point, Alex. Start mining that threat intelligence. But yeah, before you clean those, you should be gathering that threat intelligence. If the red team's going to be this loud, you should be taking advantage of it for a threat intelligence win. Yeah, you've got to be getting that threat intelligence. Now that's or gathering the forensics. Now that said, I forget what version we're on here, but I don't think you can gather the forensics. Yeah, you can gather forensics prior to advanced security skills, right? The security skills training, right? I think the security skills training in this version is only for threat hunting. I'd have to look at the... Yeah, he could have easily increased 20 to 30% threat intelligence. Oh, I missed it. Some of my experts in chat remind me, do you need advanced the security skills training to get threat intelligence, or to get the gather forensics? So Alex says, yes, forensics is not enabled by security skills training. So, see, he's got That's just an indicator. So that tells you. So you've got the network sensor. That red flashing thing just tells you that somebody targeted that VPN with an attack. Doesn't necessarily mean it's compromised, but it means it's targeted. Could be compromised. You got to get visibility on it. But it's an internet-facing device, an asset. Therefore, it's quite possible that it's just coming in from the outside. Maybe it's just getting desperate. It's still trying to hammer on the outside doors. That doesn't mean it's inside. I know that's a little misleading by the graphic and the network drawing there, but that's an internet-facing device. So they're hammering on the door. So Alex in chat says that security skills training helps forensics gathering and opens up cheaper vulnerability hunts. Yeah. So okay. So while you do need security skills training to enable threat hunting, you don't need it for forensics gathering. I think it just enhances it. Let's check on the leaderboard while he's working on that. Okay, so we did have another score report in. Fideen reported in with 809, which was not higher than the previous score reported. So Fideen remains in second place. I'm just going to do a quick check on all right. Let's head back on over. All right, did some threat hunting. Now, threat hunting doesn't necessarily, when you've done it, doesn't necessarily mean that it's clean. It just means that when you did a threat hunt on a particular asset, that you didn't find anything. Down to we're in the last quarter here. Fourth quarter. Man, he's pretty locked down now. I would say start the pen testing, but you can't. You need cash. Fort Knox. Oh, so yeah, that's right. Internal pen test is 5,500, and so with security skills training, you can perform a penetration test with your internal staff that are now trained for a lot cheaper. Yep, I agree. David from chat, it is a bad idea to dip down to $1,000 just in case you need to replace something. Yeah, and P&L's not going down, so it doesn't look like there's anything covert going on like data exfiltration or disruptive malware. So if he can just keep this going for this last quarter. And keep in mind, right, in order to get a good blue team score, you have to find all the vulnerabilities you could possibly find, fix all the vulnerabilities you could possibly fix, and get the threat intelligence score up as high as you can. Detect everything that you can. So that's what's going to do to increase the blue team score. Detect everything, find everything, fix everything, and forensics everything. Forensics all the things. Yeah, he's looking. Oh, and a compromised asset detected. Forensics it. Yeah, the only thing getting compromised right now are external perimeter items, assets. And so, I think he's got his social engineering pretty shored up. His physical security is pretty shored up. So, just do the forensics on that thing. Fix it. Fix all the vulns. You'll be looking at a pretty good blue team score if you do all that. And you've got enough time to do a lot of that. Look at that. He got a 1 staff bonus. He got a threat intelligence bonus, or a threat hunting bonus. As a result, a staff member from another department came over and joined his team. So now he has a total of 5 staff. He should be flooring it now. There you go. Gathering the forensics. And see, that's something that can really be to the detriment of the red team. So they compromise something. He gathers forensics. He fixes it. They compromise it again. He gathers forensics, fixes it. Now there's a diminishing return, but still. Look at that. He's already at almost 50% threat intelligence. Now you can fix that thing. Start fixing the vulnerabilities. Start racking up that score. Yep. All right. He's got 15 turns left. So at this point, the chances of him, it's going to take a massive lucky strike at a low percentage chance on an existential threat. So he needs to be fixing as many vulnerabilities as possible right now to increase that score. Yeah, so what they're Alex in chat, you remember we were talking that that's my favorite strategy. I believe you called it bastard operator from hell, which you let people in. What did he do there? You let people in. Why is there a PLC out of service? Did he patch it without getting vendor certification? That's what I think. But yeah, let people in, compromise you, gather the forensics, let them in, gather forensics, and then wait until later in the game to segment the network to kick them all out, take advantage of all the threat intelligence, and then kick them out. Of course, that's gamesmanship as opposed to real life cybersecurity. Yeah. So, yeah, reboot that PLC. Oh, it would be a shame for him to lose to himself right now. He's done so well. It would be a shame if he lost to himself for damaging his own process for not fixing that PLC. And if he loses to himself, I'm throwing out the Game of Thrones shame memes all over the place. Shame. Or actually, I'll do the Peter Griffin one from Family Guy. Shame. In fact, it would have to be a Game of Thrones reference. And I know he's going to hate me saying this, but I'm saying it. He knows it's coming. The King of the North, Stark in Game of Thrones goes hand in hand. He hates Game of Thrones. Wait, did he not reboot it? I thought he went to go reboot the PLC. Why can't he reboot it now? I thought he went to go reboot it. And there was a 0 day. No patch available for the 0 day. Why can't... Oh, he must have it in the action in the queue to reboot because... Yeah, it wasn't showing up in his asset menu, so he probably has the reboot action in the queue, I'm assuming. But he's dangerously close to taking himself down. He probably has it in the queue. Oh, so the reboot failed. Oh. I'd replace that thing. Just right. I mean, he is dangerously close to failing to himself. Now, that really wasn't his fault. The reboot didn't work. Yeah. So, yeah, that's why it wasn't working, because it's already in the queue. Now, it's not his fault if he reboots it and it didn't work, and then all of a sudden he damages his ICS. Okay. What? It is not working. You need to replace that thing. Oh. The reboot keeps failing. Just replace it. Every turn that goes by with that PLC being down, you run the risk of damaging the ICS yourself. You've got the cash. Just replace it. Wow. This is getting scary. 10 turns left. And he's done so well. Oh, no. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Replace it. That thing is trash. I mean, yeah, that one thing being down is just hurt. It was killing his P&L. Oh, that would have been so bad. Less than 10 turns left, doing so well, and losing to a downed PLC on your own account. Fix those vulns. Get that score up. Yeah, at this point, with less than 10 turns left, I'd say Don't even worry about the threat hunting. Don't just do things to increase your score at this point. He's got a lot of vulnerabilities with no patches left. I mean, with no patches available. Yeah, threat hunting. I think he's wasting staff doing all the threat hunting right now. You're not at this point. If you want to increase the score for a win, if all you're doing is wanting to increase the score at this point to try to win, the tournament, then it's too late in the game to be doing threat hunting and worrying about any of that. And again, there's a difference between gamesmanship and playing to win and doing the simulation for real world cybersecurity. And they mostly go hand in hand. But as our regular and experienced players have learned, there is an element to gaming the system, pun intended, here, for the sake of just playing the game. Here we go. We're coming down to it now. I'm going to be really curious to see now what that blue team score is going to be. I'm sure he can taste the victory now. He's on the home stretch. He's fixing those vulnerabilities. He's getting that score up. He's got to be happy with his performance on this one. Let's just see what that final score is. He found a lot of vulnerabilities. Wow. How were default credentials enabled this late in the game? Again, not his fault, but shame on that. Wow, it's a lot of vulnerabilities. A lot of 0 days. So he did that pen test. That's good. But yeah, shame on the assessment team for just now finding those default credentials enabled. Shame on the admin. Shame. Alex is asking, would all those gamesmanship things be professional malpractice in the real world? I think, depends on what context it's in, but could be a certain level of neglect, could be a certain level of professional malpractice. Oh man, he's really getting everything cleaned up, and he's got a few more turns to do it as well. Oh man, he's really gonna get a good score on this one. So he's on the home stretch. He's feeling good. He's anticipating that score. All the other players now are probably sweating a little bit. What kind of score is he going to get? What's this going to turn into? I think it would be really interesting if we ended up having really close three ways at the top where they got to start battling it out, playing games late in the afternoon to pull off the win. Man, it's looking really good. Oh, look at that. Look how clean that map is. Not enough time at this point to try to find any more vulnerabilities. Maybe, that's done. I mean, there's nothing else he can do. End your turn. He's probably taking pictures of this now. That's probably what he's doing. That's why he's letting the turn. He's taking pictures. Turn 75, last turn. Man, I would take pictures of this. Man, I'd take screenshots. Be proud of this. Yeah, so didn't get all the vulns, but you got a lot of them. This is going to be a good score. All right, here it is. Woo! Wow. Almost 3,286, I believe. That puts some, not quite in second place. Oh, so close. So close. So take a screenshot of that and look at that performance, though. Man, there's just really 5 compromises in social engineering, 1 physical intrusion, 1 direct cyber attack. Man, just got cleaned out. Red team just got demolished. Good job to Dr. Stark. So close though. See, here's the thing, if you would have gathered just a little bit more threat intelligence, just a little bit more forensics and just found a few more vulnerabilities, man, you could have. Wow, it was so close. So close that, and the score hasn't reported in yet. It won't report in until he ends the game. But so close in that you probably could have taken first if you would not have missed all of those forensics investigations. Yeah, if he wouldn't have missed those forensics investigations, and then he's closed out his score. So that's going to report here in a minute. Yeah, if he would not have missed some of those forensics investigations, and if he would have just found a few more vulnerabilities, he would have taken first. Oh, man. So he's on the board now, as you can see. Finally, overcame that score of 0. He overcame that. Now he's on the board in third place. Man, it's neck and neck. And we have several hours to go still. I believe I don't remember if we're ending this at 4 p.m. Eastern or Central Time, but man, that is a close race. But here's the thing I find most impressive is that he had a chance to take first place going as the blue team. That's impressive. That's impressive. I think that everyone else scored their points as the red team, so that's impressive. Man, he had a chance. Well, so interesting game so far. It's neck and neck, the top 3, and I guess we'll see where this goes. We'll see if they're happy. Maybe if they have more time to play, if they want to continue to try to crawl up the leaderboard. We'll see if they want to challenge it or if they're happy where it stands, first and second and third place. So only time will tell. Stick around and we'll find out. All right, here we go. We are nearing the final hour. The contestants have until the end of 4 p.m. Eastern to get their final scores in if they're going to play any more. And I have to imagine that nobody at the top three is satisfied where they stand, especially second and third place, because they're so close. And I don't think that whoever is holding, if you look here, whoever is holding to Travis currently in first place. I don't think that Travis feels that comfortable with that lead. Anyone else in this last hour, in the last game, decides to step up their game and surpass the score. So it comes down to this. It's probably. I don't think that the players are going to be able to get in more than one last game with and achieve a significant score in this last hour. So this is it. It comes down to this, and I'm curious to see who's going to step up and who's going to play. So let's sit back and see who starts their games. Let's see what happens in this last hour. So stick around. And I just realized that I was on mute that entire time. So I'm sure that's going to be entertaining for someone. What I was saying was that you can look and see there, if you look at the score, you can look and see that Travis did report in at 837 points, but it was not enough to increase his score to increase what he already had. I think that because he was already sitting at the lead, he probably tried a blue team. So anyway, looks like it's going to come down to this. It's going to come down to see if anybody's going to step up. It's a close race. Yep. So with that said, let's see what happens in this last hour. Stay tuned, and we'll keep you updated as soon as we see some more action. And that's it, folks. It looks like that we have finally ended. That's the end of the competition. We're at the top of the hour. And taking a look at our scores, we have Travis held on to the lead with 3,375 points. So he's got the win. Fadine is in second with 3,298, and Dr. Stark with a valiant effort, almost coming back with the potential to really take it. But, I'm going to have to call that a massive success, though, being, doing that with the blue team. So let's go ahead and bring in competitors and some people that were associated with this tournament today, with the production. And by the way, we'll get the website, the esports website will be updated after the match is complete and we're done here. We'll update that with the results, with all the, basically it's our podium, our virtual podium. So let's go ahead and we're going to bring in Dr. Stark, and we're also going to bring in one of our beta testers and someone who has been helping us with the production, help all this set up, someone we rely on, Alex Goodwin out of Australia, actually. So, hey guys, thanks for joining us. I think at some point I thought I saw Dr. Janelle come in here, but I guess maybe whether she's going to join us or not.
Oh, she was in there, yeah. Where'd she drop out?
Okay, well, either way. So no, this was it was fun to see everybody participating live, and I don't the first round, Dr. Stark, you kind of flailed a little bit, but then you really, I mean, you were almost not quite, you were almost flawless in your second round there. So
in all honesty, that was the first time I'd ever played the game this morning. So yes,
I thought you were going to say it's the first time you ever played the game. I was going to kick you out, but
no, just this morning.
So from your perspective, Alex, and sorry, we don't have a webcam for Alex, but we've come to expect that he's very mysterious, and we love that about him. So, Alex, from your perspective, you were sort of on support, but I mean, for the most part, you were coming in from the perspective of the spectator. Any comments, from your perspective, or maybe his webcam, maybe he's not working there. This is one of those live broadcast things that, kind of like I was also trying to have the brackets, the webpage, the esports website. I was trying to have that all up and running, and then the podium set up with Travis's name on top with the trophy and everything. And my website's not cooperating, so I've got to figure out how to get that fixed. But I know exactly. I think I know why it's not working. But either way, I'll fix it later tonight. So anyway, you know what? Actually, there's Travis. Travis decided to come in. I'm going to pull Alex out, and then you can let us know in chat if you get your tech issues fixed. Let's bring in. He's having audio problems. Okay, well, let's bring in Travis. I think Dr. Stark convinced Travis to come in. Again, you're mysterious as well, Travis, but are you available on audio here with us? Maybe not as well. So
no one wants to talk to us.
Yeah. So you can use there's a settings cog there that you can here, and I'll put the names up so people can see who's having issues there. There we go. All right, well, just let us know in the private chat if you get it working. If not, no big deal.
Yeah.
We'll just talk to Dr. Stark here real quick. So this was officially the longest stream that I've done for ThreatGEN, over 5 hours. Granted, obviously I wasn't blessing you with my beautiful presence the whole time, but I took my coffee breaks and my potty breaks. But other than that, this was went on for quite a long time. Hopefully, everybody at your organization.
How many total games did we play? Or is that something you have readily available?
Yeah, no,
I saw there were several people who took multiple attempts.
yeah. I only see my data that I have right here. I only see what was reported. So I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I see 10 games reported, and I know
Okay.
that you had a 0.
Yep.
So 10 games were reported, and you had a 0 score. So that
Okay.
was 11 games. And I don't know if anyone else. I'd have to go back and look at the database to see
No,
if there
that's
were any
great.
other games.
I'm
But yeah.
just glad to see we had a bunch of games.
Yeah, no, so that was good. Let's see. I think Travis said he might be ready.
Yep.
Travis, are you there now? Maybe not. Give you a chance to.
After all these years of still doing Zoom meetings and everything, the amount of times I forget to unmute myself is just frustrating. You'd think we'd all be professionals at it by now, but
Yeah,
I don't.
yeah. Well, so I think this was cool that we had Seminole State College of Florida. You had this broadcasting in your, I guess it was your gym, your arena, your.
Yep, it's the Raider Center, which is a basketball court, fitness center, and then it was also on the main campus library as well. I put one of the things that I think will be cool is in the screenshot gallery. I put pictures there, and you and I both posted pictures of our setup. Felt really good to just kind of, if anybody else feels like sharing their setup, that would be great too. Just felt like mission control almost for the day. Felt really nerdy, and I really liked it.
Yeah, no, it did. So, and Travis is back. Let's see if he. All right, are you with us now?
Travis, are you there?
I think he's doing it on purpose. He's coming in only because you told him to come in because he won, and so now he's just going to say, "Well, I'm having audio issues."
Yeah.
That's what I would do. Okay. Either way, all right.
Sorry.
So we we talked about earlier in the day. We did this 2 years ago, and we did a tournament style, bracket style, and that was fun. And since then, we had done the esports format and setup. So we did that on last
21.
Yeah, so
February
last
21.
Well, yeah, and then we did in 2022. We did the esports, and then so we've combined the formats between this and the you were the first tournament. So Seminole State College of Florida you were our maiden voyage of doing this tournament format. And then last year we did the esports. Now we've since combined them. And it was your idea, might I say, that when we were planning for this one, you decided that instead of doing a bracket format, because there was a lot of logistics overhead, you suggested that we do more of a leaderboard format and asked if we could just do King of the Hill, so that people could play at their leisure. And if they only wanted to play once, they could still be a contender if they wanted to play 5 times. And so it was your idea. And here's what was really, really, really cool. So, and I have to throw this out there. Our gamification platform, our back end, right? So being a small startup, we rely on several different pieces of technology to make all this happen and pull all of this together. And one of the back end, our scoreboard, our leaderboard, our point system, that's on a platform called Pointogram. And I accidentally lied to you. I thought, yeah. Well, like I told my kids last night, if you do it on purpose, it's a lie. If you accidentally give false information, it's a mistake. Or it's politics. So there is a King of the Hill badge, but the leaderboards did not have the functionality to actually just display the top score amongst all of it. It was some or nothing, right? It was a aggregation or nothing. And I reached out to Pointogram and asked if that functionality was available, and it was not. And they actually, we are a good customer of theirs, and would like to think so anyway. And so they came through, and in less than a week and a half, they added the functionality into the leaderboard.
I will say, you remember when we did this 2 years ago, how many disconnects and drop games and everything like that we had?
Yeah.
That's to your credit. We had none. We had no gameplay difficulties. Smooth. So
Now, granted, that being said, we weren't playing player versus player. However, I will say two things. Number one, this system is live in production across many businesses, organizations, and colleges, and we don't get reports of those anymore. And that is to the credit of our lead developer, Aaron Shabib, and our lead SQA analyst / lead beta tester, Greg. And I can't pronounce his last name. I could barely pronounce his first. His name's not Greg. It's like,
no, there's two Z's in there.
Yeah, there's like Z's and stuff in there. I can't pronounce it. But either way, because like I said, he's Polish, and I can't pronounce that stuff. But at the end of the day, let's see. Okay, yeah, I'll bring you back in, Alex. So, that's all them. I mean, that's all them working it out and trying to figure out what the issues were and fixing it, and figuring out what it was. And we've got a really stable system. And also, I have to say, it's to the credit of our beta testers. Our two lead beta testers for a long time in the public, the community beta testers, have been David E. and Alex Goodwin, and they were in chat today. And we've had a lot of other people just testing it out, but official beta testers. We've since then added Jester and Toasty Pops as two new beta testers, but that's their screen names. I don't want to.
Is that who you write their checks to?
Yeah, well, beta testers get compensated by some platform access and things like that.
Okay.
Community beta testers, but as we grow and as we get funding and you're all, I want to hire some beta testers. In fact, maybe I'll just I'll hire some interns out of Seminole State College of Florida.
That'd be great.
We love that. So, all right, let's bring Alex back in. Alex, can we hear you now?
Oh,
Ryzen, can you hear me now?
Oh, I thought we had it.
Oh, well, that's okay. I'm going to blame the distance across the pond and across the equator.
Yes.
Yeah, it's because their toilets flush the wrong way. They swirl the wrong direction. All right.
Was that debunked or is that true? I guess if he could ever get his audio fixing work, he would tell us.
I don't have a PhD. Why would I know?
Told you before.
All right. So, if we can't get that, that's fine. You know what? Hey, Alex and Travis, we appreciate you trying to join us and give us feedback and talk about it. But that's no big deal. This has been a fun adventure. And like you said on the back channel, by the way, this has been a huge effort, right? So there was logistics on the Seminole State College of Florida's end. There was logistics on the ThreatGEN end. There was logistics in the community end. Let me also say, so another thing is we spun this, this Discord up. Is there someone?
Right. No, I appreciate the comment about the toilet circulation has been busted.
Oh. Busted. So, I see. Oh, that's Cactoid. So Cactoid Jim he's a friend of mine. So
I appreciate learning something. I learned something today. Thank you.
Yeah. In fact, he's going to give me crap about that later, I'm sure. But so, the he helps where he can. So, by the way, we're talking to chat for those of you that are just watching the stream. The Discord server. So we have a ThreatGEN support Discord server, but we decided to spin up one completely separately. Literally 2 nights before the event, I was like, I better get this done. And so I threw it up there, and it was, I expected people to just leisurely come in and help or whatever. And minutes after I spun the Discord server up, we had Greg being Greg on different time zone when he's supposed to be sleeping in bed. Greg was helping one of our community friends who goes by the handle Codebender Kate, who always helps us with administrative tasks and everything like that. She was there immediately working stuff on her phone. Alex jumped in. David E. jumped in. Everybody was just jumping in and helping out and got this thing spun up, and literally within an hour it was ready to go. And so, I just want to thank everyone for the logistical efforts from the community, from the ThreatGEN community, from Seminole State College of Florida. other than the fact that I had mute issues and production issues. It really went off without a hitch. And I don't think people realize, even though we're a small operation, there's a lot of people that jump in to help, and just want to thank everybody for that. So, any other comments, any other observations or anything from your end?
No, I've just, like I said, since we've started this, the dream was always to get it back to an on-campus event, and we're slowly getting that way. We're incorporating that in some of our other events. So I'm hoping the next time we do this, make it bigger, better.
Let's put it into an arena.
Yeah.
And so that's the thing, right? So one thing that COVID taught us, and I probably shouldn't say that, and I'm going to get banned on YouTube, but one thing that it taught us was that we can build something like this remotely. And it was something that we did that was kind of unprecedented with the 2022 esports tournament that we did, where we had everybody streaming. And it wasn't until we started figuring out, it's like, well, let's just stream only the commentator stream, and let's have everybody on Discord sharing their screens. And that was your idea too, by the way. One of the things when we were doing all the planning for this, you said that everybody really enjoyed that, sharing their screens and watching other people. And so that's what really kind of spawned the idea of, well, let's just turn this into, let's just stream that, and it just, everything kind of came together. And so I think at the end of the day, it's the combination of what we started back in 2021 and with, the good partnership that we've had together doing this. And I think next year we might be able to just take this entire esports theme and just bring it to Florida. You're already in Florida. I'm in Texas, but we're brother and sister states, right?
I'm not going to Texas. I don't own enough guns to go to Texas.
That's funny, because you do realize, like, every state except for like 4 states in the United States are open carry.
I know. Florida's no better. It's real dry there and it's real damp here, so it's pretty much the same.
Wait, you said it's real dry here? You've never been to Houston, have you?
No, my brother used to live in Dallas, so
no,
you're right. I guess Houston. You're way.
No, Houston. The weather in Houston is like identical to Florida, and it's very similar. So yeah, we'll do this in Florida. In fact, well, ironically, I think so. A big part of our community that's not actually associated with Seminole State College of Florida, we actually have several of our community members associated with either Central Florida, Central Florida College, and we also have, I think, our lead developer Aaron, his brother is like getting a PhD in game design in Florida.
Probably.
Yeah, and then several of our community volunteer helpers are from other parts of Florida. It's like all of our community and beta testers are either not from the United States, or they're from Florida. Which
kind of not from the United States as either.
So anyway, I think, any final thoughts and anything you want to say to wrap this up? I think that
no, I just appreciate it. I talk about this with my other colleagues around campus and tell them what we do, and they're just shocked that we could even pull this off. So it's a really great bragging point. I know I send it to my AVP. I will definitely be sending it to the president of the college so that she can see what we've been doing and just see the engagement. So it's a really great opportunity, and I really appreciate all the hard work.
Well, we really appreciate the opportunity to support you guys, and hopefully we can continue to do this in the future. And like you said earlier, we just keep making it better, right? So every year we'll keep making it better and better. And I do want to announce that this was also sort of a litmus test for me, everybody, to see if we can do the King of the Hill format to support more players, do make it easier online, support viewing streams and things like that. So I believe that we're going to try to do a community version of this. So if you are a portal, if you are a ThreatGEN portal subscriber, then you'll be invited to join and play. And we're going to do this for the community. We were trying to figure out how we're going to do this with the bracket system and all of that. And I think that this system just kind of works better. And we had some really great conversations in the back channel And that's kind of the other thing. While this is going on, we have our Discord back channel communicating and coordinating. But I think that that's really going to help us. This helped us prove out the fact that we can literally do this with a larger community and it runs smoothly. So as long as I can keep the mute button under control. So yeah. With that said, yeah, like I'll be announcing this further later on in the days and weeks to come about doing a tournament for the community. And yes, that's a wrap. So thanks everybody. Especially thanks for Seminole State College of Florida for hosting this and for putting this together. Thanks to our viewers, our community that supported this, and everybody on the Discord server and channel and ThreatGEN. So on that note, I got to find my closeout button, but there it is. So thanks, Dr. Stark, and everybody.
Thank you.
And we'll see you for the next one. And by the way, congrats to all the players. It was awesome, and congrats to Travis for the win. And we'll see everybody next time in the next one. Take care, everybody.
All right.